Within the confines of AT&T Park, Madison Bumgarner simply dominates San Diego. A near-perfect game, double-digit strikeouts, you name it. He's done it against the Padres here at the corner of 3rd and King. Tonight, Bumgarner gets the ball and looks to take down the Padres once again. Game 1 of the series, and it's coming up next. We've got a nice cool night here at AT&T Park. The Giants say goodbye to the Marlins and they welcome in the San Diego Padres game 1 of this 3-game series. Again, everybody, I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Mike Krukow. Well, the Giants took 2 out of 3 from the Marlins. They were moderately happy about that. And now they're back in the West taking on the Padres. And they need Mike to start winning games against the National League West.
Well, you're right. This is the first of 19 games that they'll play against the San Diego Padres. And the one thing about the Padres coming into tonight's ballgame is they have been really doing well against left-handed pitching. As a team, they're hitting .291. So that'll be the challenge for Madison Bumgarner. Also, the Giants offense started to wake up. And one of the keys in the Marlins series was how many times that they would set the table. In yesterday's game, they got to hit in every inning, and they need to continue to do that, keep setting the table, and they're going to get tested tonight because Drew Pomeranz, the lefty with the Padres, he's been throwing lights out, so it should be a good game.
Yeah, his numbers are fabulous. Pomeranz, Bumgarner, stay tuned. We'll take you to our CSN Bay Area studios for an update, and we'll do that right after this.
On CSN Bay Area is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Taste the Baconlicious Sourdough Bacon Ranch Combo only at Jack in the Box. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
Well, your Giants are looking for a bounce-back win tonight. They took 2 out of 3 from the Marlins, and tonight they welcome in division rivals the San Diego Padres for a 3-game series. Welcome back to the broadcast. I'm Amy Gutierrez. Madison Bumgarner's on the hill. And hey, Giants fans love it when Mad Bum faces the Padres here in San Francisco. Why? Well, he's 5-1 with a 2.69 ERA in 12 lifetime matchups against the Padres right here at AT&T Park. It's his last outing against the Friars, though. That is our McDonald's True Stories this evening as we take a look back. September 12th, 2015, Madison dominated. It was one of the best performances of his career. He recorded his 3rd career one-hitter and lost his bid for a perfect game with 2 outs in the 8th on a pinch hit by Melvin Upton. He finished the game facing 1 over the minimum. He allowed 0 walks, and he recorded 8 strikeouts. I think it's safe to say his teammates wouldn't mind at all if he did a repeat performance here this evening. It's going to be a fun one to watch. Game 1 against the San Diego Padres coming up shortly. After the break, you'll get Kruk and Kite lineups and first pitch and Mad Bum. Stay with us.
On CSN Bay Area is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Taste the Baconlicious Sourdough Bacon Ranch Combo only at Jack in the Box. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
Well, your Giants are looking for a bounce-back win tonight. They took 2 out of 3 from the Marlins, and tonight they welcome in division rivals, the San Diego Padres, for a 3-game series. Welcome back to the broadcast. I'm Amy Gutierrez. Madison Bumgarner's on the hill. And hey, Giants fans love it when Mad Bum faces the Padres here in San Francisco. Why? Well, he's 5-1 with a 2.69 ERA in 12 lifetime matchups against the Padres right here at AT&T Park. It's his last outing against the Friars, though. That is our McDonald's True Stories this evening as we take a look back. September 12th, 2015, Madison dominated. It was one of the best performances of his career. He recorded his 3rd career one-hitter and lost his bid for a perfect game with 2 outs in the 8th on a pinch hit by Melvin Upton. He finished the game facing 1 over the minimum. He allowed 0 walks, and he recorded 8 strikeouts. I think it's safe to say his teammates wouldn't mind at all if he did a repeat performance here this evening. It's going to be a fun one to watch. Game 1 against the San Diego Padres coming up shortly. After the break, you'll get Kruk and Kite lineups and first pitch and Mad Bum. Stay with us.
Out of the dugout for game 1 of this series. Our game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. The boardwalk is open and you can visit beachboardwalk.com and do that for park hours. 59 degrees here at the yard. See the winds kicking up at 12 miles per hour. Humidity at 51%. It is cool and it is windy. All right, let's take a look at the lineup for the San Diego Padres. It'll be Jay and then Will Myers, and you can see he's got a 9-game hitting streak, followed by Kemp, Upton, and Norris. Alexi Ramirez. Ramirez will hit in the 6th slot. Then it's Rosales, Weeks, and Drew Pomeranz to close it out.
On the hill tonight for the Giants will be Madison Bumgarner. Bumgarner in 4 starts, 1-2 with a 3.91 ERA, 29 strikeouts against 8 walks and 23 innings pitched. How does he do it? You're going to see a low 3/4 release with a fastball that goes 90-93. Has a natural cut to it that runs into a righty away from the lefty. He'll enhance that cut. He'll throw a slider, curveball, and an occasional changeup. Lifetime against these Padres, 8-5 with a 3.29 ERA. And he'll be facing a Padre team that is hitting .291 against left-handers. Let's take a look at the defense that will play behind Madison Bumgarner tonight for the Giants, starting in their outfield from left to right. It'll be Pagan, Span, and Pence. Crawford and Duffy on the left side, Panic and Belt on the right side of the infield. Buster Posey, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
Giants coming in with a record of 9-11. The Padres are 7-12. Giants are 2-5 on this homestand, so they're looking to have as good a homestand as they can with these 3 games remaining against the Padres. So John Jay about ready to step up. As Bumgarner looks in. And the first pitch of the ball game is on its way, and it's high. So we can start at 7:14. I beg your pardon, 7:15. Jay takes a strike. He's got pretty good ownage on Bumgarner. It's unusual that a left-handed hitter would have numbers like this against Bumgarner. 10 for 20 with 4 doubles.
Well, he's a middle-away hitter, and a lot of the movement that Bumgarner has will work her way to the outside corner to him.
Swing and a miss, 1 and 2. That's a good sign.
But that was John Jay in a Cardinals uniform. That's a whole different deal.
You're right.
And he does look a little strange in a Padre uniform, I have to be honest.
My bad. Yeah, Will Myers is in the on-deck circle, but actually more like in the batter's box. And this is hit out to Pagan. And that's out number 1.
All right, time now for our Nissan keys to the game. And we're going to watch the Posey Pomeranz matchup. Pomeranz has been red hot, and that is one key to this game. Number 2, win one for Bumgarner. I mean, he won his first start of the year in Milwaukee, hadn't won one since, and he's been getting better every time he's gone out there. Those are Nissan keys to the game.
Here's the pitch to Myers, and it's a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. It's Bill Welke calling balls and strikes. Rayburn, Fagan, and Carapazza from first to third.
Pretty good strike zone from Bill Welke. You'll see low and high strikes from him. I mean, you're not going to get big corners, but he is definitely an umpire that looks for strikes.
Myers hitting at .316. He's off to a good start. And a curveball for a strike. He has, however, not done much against Bumgarner. He's 0 for 11 lifetime. With Matt Kemp to follow. And he taps this one off his foot, and it stays at 1 and 2. Padres are 3 and 4 on the road. Giants are 5 and 6 at home. On the ground, Duffy has it on the 3rd hop. His throw to Belt in time, 2 down. And here's Kemp. The Giants against the West are 5 and 9, so they got to turn that up a notch, and the Padres are 3 and 6. There's Bochy in a pretty good mood before the ball game.
Yeah, he's got a healthy team, and he hasn't been able to say that really since the start of the year. They've had this kind of a virus that's been going around the club. Boch calls it the crud. Affects your sinus, and guys have been scuffling with it for a long time.
There's a strike, and I mean, even guys like Bumgarner said, you know, yeah, we're feeling a lot better, but nobody's quite over it just yet, but getting close.
They got a couple things to work out.
This is popped up. That'll end the inning. That guy hasn't quite figured out how your night will go. Facing Drew Pomeranz, and here's Bruce Bochy's lineup. It'll be Span, Panic, and Duffy. Buster Posey, he's got ownage on Pomeranz, big time ownage. Pence, Belton, Crawford, Bumgarner will hit in the 8th slot, then Pagan 9th.
On the hill for the San Diego Padres tonight will be the 6'6", 240-pound left-hander Drew Pomeranz in his 4th year at the big league level. Off to a great start, 2-1 with a 2.04 ERA. Look at the strikeouts, 25 strikeouts in 17 2/3, 9 walks. That's a lot for 17 innings. He will get a wild hair up his nose. How do you take your at-bats against him? Well, he's going to have a low to mid-90s fastball, more lows than mids. He will cut a lot of fastballs that'll go into a righty away from a lefty. He's got a curveball and a changeup. Take a look at the defense the Padres will employ tonight behind Drew Pomeranz. Starting in the outfield from left to right, it'll be Upton, Jay, and Kemp. Good arms on the corners with Upton and Kemp. Ramirez and Rosales on the left side. Weeks and Myers on the right side. Derek Norris, he'll be in the squad putting down the signs.
So here's Span. Span does not have any history against Pomeranz. And he looks at a strike. Span at 261, a home run. 11 runs batted in. And he shoots this one past Roberto Kelly. It is Irish Heritage Night. And gives you an idea of some of the faithful here that decide to come out and dress like it. Span, by the way, on the homestand is 7 for 20.
Now 7 for 20, but he's been on base a lot, and that is his specialty.
Well, I failed to mention he's also walked 8 times. 8.
Just getting on base, setting it up. So most strikeouts through the first 3 starts of a season in Padres history, and Drew Pomeranz right there with 25 between Andy Bennis and our own Jake Peavy.
Wrapped on the ground to Myers, so Span retired on the ground ball, and that'll bring up Panic. Panic at 267. He's got 3 home runs, 11 driven in. He's been on base 11 times on this homestand, 8 hits and 3 walks. And a first pitch strike. Panic has only faced Pomeranz 1 time. He's 0 for 1. And a bouncing ball up the middle and a base hit. So the Giants with the first hit of the game. And that'll bring up Matt Duffy. It's nothing more than a ground ball right back up the middle. All right, let's see what's going on here, Mike.
Well, Giants fans, 29 and 26 years married, 26 hours 5 minutes is how you start a perfect honeymoon. That's right. Head out to the yard, and they do have good seats. So congratulations and best wishes.
Way to go. Here's Duffy. Duffy, like Panic, has only faced Pomeranz once, and he's 0 for 1. And he takes way outside. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Buster Posey to follow, just underway on a Monday night. In the dirt, 2-0. Padres are coming off a series against the Cardinals at home where they lost 2 of 3. They lost the last 2. And that's high. It's 3-0. Padres lost yesterday 8-5. Trying to rebound after an opening 3 games of the season where the Dodgers shut them out 3 straight games. Duffy takes a strike. It's 3-1.
Yeah, they really had a hard time scoring some runs in the first 10 Padre games. They were shut out 5 times. So it's been outhouse or castle in regards to offense. They'll score a lot of runs and then they just kind of will dry up.
Panic leaning. He does not go, and it's ball 4.
Patience is really a great element to have. You're taking your at-bats against Pomeranz because, as I mentioned, he's got 10 walks now in 17 in 2/3 inning. That's a lot. That's a lot of free opportunity, and it's a guy who doesn't have pinpoint control.
So here's Buster Posey, the man who has the severe ownage on Pomeranz. He's hitting .266. He's got a couple of home runs. He's got 6 runs batted in. Buster 7 for 25 on the homestand with 3 walks. And he takes a breaking ball in for a strike.
That's a good curveball. A lot of these strikeouts that he's had, 25 and 17 2/3. I mean, that's a lot of strikeouts, and a lot of them have come on that curveball. Great look at it from behind home plate.
He ain't been sitting on that one. It's 0-2.
Mr. Posey will have a plan on every pitch. He'll look for a speed. He'll look for a location.
And he gets a fastball at 94, and he hits it high and foul down the right field line.
The location there was not the best on an 0-2 count. He tried to cut that in on his hands. He ideally wanted to miss off the plate. It leaked right out over the plate.
So Panic at second, Duffy at first. Got him. Buster knew it. 2 outs for Pence.
And you see, well, how can you take a fastball right down the middle of 2 strikes? He was looking for that breaking ball. He guessed wrong. Right now it's time for our Togo's big play the Togo's way. Yesterday, Hunter Pence, a home run off Adam Conley, 458 feet over the garden netting. That is our Togo's big play the Togo's way. And that was a well-hit pelota.
Pence 2 for 9 with a couple of home runs against Pomeranz. And he drives this one foul down the right field line and into the seats. Pence 7 for 25 on the homestand. Oh, he had a rip. It's 0-2.
Well, for the longest time, he didn't really have his foundation figured out. It appeared in some ways that he was hitting on roller skates, a lot of moving parts in his lower body, but that has been all calmed down. He's getting some really good lower body into his swings now. Seeing the ball better. He's driving the ball to right field better.
Belt is watching from the on-deck circle. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. No score here in the bottom of the first. In the dirt, both runners will move up. Well, Norris is going to have to deal with that a lot tonight.
Yeah, the curveball has been his best strikeout pitch. Here he's literally trying to throw it on top of home plate. And does not miss his intended target by much. And he may go back down there with an open base here and a left-hander on deck 2 more times.
Got him, and that'll end the inning. Giants strand a pair. Second inning coming up. It's 0-0.
Some good news on a couple of Giants who have been on the disabled list. George Contos and Sergio Romo. Yeah, they got me. They both have the same injury right now, the flexor tendon strain. Contos, guys, threw for the second time today, threw yesterday and today. 25 pitches today from 75 feet. And Romo will throw on Friday. Dwayne?
All right, good update. Here's Melvin Upton Jr. hitting in the cleanup spot. And you got to be careful with him. He's got that swing that has got lift to it, and he's strong.
Oh, he does not lack for bat speed at all, and very dangerous. Middle end, about 4 inches above the knees. That's the happy zone.
High, 2 balls and a strike. You saw the graphic. Upton 1 for 14 against Bumgarner with 6 strikeouts. And it's inside. It's 3-1. And that's right. Upton's hit broke up Bumgarner's perfect game last year.
Bumgarner thought he had it on the location of the pitch.
Well, Friday, May 6th is the annual Metallica night at AT&T Park. You need a special event package, and they'll kick off the evening by performing the national anthem. So check it out, 415-972-2298, or visit sfgiants.com/special events.
Those guys have fun, man. They are fun to be around.
Here's Derek Norris.
Let's take a look at the ball 4 pitch to Upton. We'll get a look at that in a bit. Look at it from a pitcher's perspective. You think you had him struck out twice, once on the check swing and the other one on the location. Now this is the payoff pitch here with 3-1 count. So perhaps a bit high and definitely not a swing from Upton.
Looked like more of a swing from here than it did on the replay.
Yeah, indeed.
Belt, does he have room? He's over by the stands, and he makes the catch. 1 out.
Well, if you hug that right field line, that ball will come back to you. You start to get some push, and the push usually brings it back into play. Belt knows it, stays with it. And that is our Exmo, brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Find that banister. It's nice when you're familiar with the friendly confines. Makes it a bit easier for a corner outfielder and infielder.
Here's Alexi Ramirez. Ramirez spent a lot of years in a White Sox uniform patrolling that shortstop position, acquired in the offseason by these Padres. Hitting at .232 and a strike, and it's 0-1. On deck is Adam Rosales. Bumgarner, a leadoff walk to Upton. He can run. He's got 5 steals.
So again, Bumgarner giving Bill Wilkie, that plate umpire, a little stank eye. He thought he had another strike. Just a bit outside. There's not a pitcher on this planet that doesn't want that pitch.
So a soft toss to keep an eye on Upton Jr. High and deep to left. Fair or foul? It is foul.
Ooh.
There wasn't any point at any time that I think that was going to be a foul ball.
None. I thought that was 2-0 Padres.
I figured it'd go right down in that driveway down there where the gate opens.
In the end, it wasn't even close. But boy, it had the sound. But Ramirez thought he had a round trip or two when he left the bat.
Outside 2-2.
Ramirez likes to swing the bat. Tough guy to walk. He's got 4 walks and 69 at bats. And he will chase down the dirt. Buster wants a slider.
Belt to move over again. It's out of play. Ramirez highest home run total with the White Sox came in his very first year in 08 when he hit 21. And, you know, look, that ballpark is a good park to hit home runs in. He hit 109 in a White Sox uniform. So a few put it on the boards. Two and two. to play again.
Putting up a fight. He is definitely in the swing mode.
Two balls, two strikes. Breaks his bat foul.
Reload. We have some San Jose Giants in the house. Longtime season ticket holder Rob and Jen Griffin. They're the host family for the San Jose Giants for many years, and here tonight with Jonas Shue Fargas, the organization leader in steals last year, and Rodolfo Martinez, San Jose's closer, who's got a high 90s fastball. So welcome.
Must be a night off, huh?
It's Rodolfo on the left, the closer, and Jonas Shue on the right. And thank you, Rob and Jen Griffin, for being the host family for many years. Got a great program down there in San Jose with the host families.
Not sure what's going on down the left field line.
I think third base umpire Vic Carapazza wants to make sure his passes got in.
I got you. See if its seats are okay.
Yep.
Two balls, two strikes. Got him.
Good hard slider. There's Rob Griffin and his wife Jen. Great baseball fans. And it's really great when you have Giants that get to the big leagues that had gone through San Jose and were part of the program, the host family program, you know, and they bring their host families up. It's a great night. I mean, it's almost as meaningful as when they bring their real parents up.
And a breaking ball for a call strike to Adam Rosales, the former A, hitting .212. And it's low. One ball and one strike.
If you watch Posey put the signs down, he really is controlling the rhythm. And just by the way that he'll hold a pitcher out there and take a while before he gives the sign, calms him down, slows the pace down. And he'll also do just the opposite. If he wants that guy to pick up his pace a little bit, he'll get that sign down there quicker. He'll set his target up quicker. Always aware of pace, always aware of a pitcher's rhythm. Check the runner at first.
Upton showing no signs of taking off.
Slider away.
Got him, and that'll end the inning. Two strikeouts to end the top of the second, and Bell will hit first.
on CSN Bay Area is brought to you by AAA. Get a free Giants all-season blanket. Restrictions apply. Go to AAA.com/Giants or to a AAA branch for details.
Padres series continues tomorrow, a 7:15 game, and then a Wednesday 12:45 game, day baseball in the city. Tomorrow night, Johnny Cueto taking on James Shields, Jeff Samardzija against Andrew Kashner on Wednesday. You need tickets, go to sfgiants.com/tickets.
So here's Pomeranz against Belt, and Pomeranz starts him off with the ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Brought their gloves, bigger than them actually.
Yep.
Got the smiles. Oh yeah, they're ready.
Nice going.
Way to go. The 1-0 pitch to Belt.
Those are $1 million smiles too, let me tell you.
Fouls it back. Way big overshift. This is the biggest and weirdest overshift we've seen. The third baseman, Rosales, is playing at second. Weeks is playing out in shallow right field.
Remember the Arizona series, Belt tried to bunt and the ball ran in on him and it pinched his forefinger on his left hand. And you know, we said at that time that may be the last time he bunts.
And it has been. Belt out of play. It's 2-2.
Padres on defense, they've had 133 shifts, which ranks them 5th in the National League. Well, I mean, it's really come to that. It's just so commonplace to see a lot of defensive shifts.
Three and two.
Look at Pomeranz. I mean, that's about as small a take-back step as you can have. Brandon Belt faced the defensive shift 54 times. That's the 5th most amongst the National League other players.
Belt skies one to left. Upton a long run, and he's not going to get there. Nor will Ramirez, who had to go a long way from his shortstop position.
So how's he do against the shifts? Brandon Belt hitting .318 against the shifts last year, .286 this year. So I think if you ask him, he would prefer the shift.
And the walk. That's a tough take right there.
You better have a good eyeball and a confidence in an umpire.
This little guy, he didn't bring his glove, Mike. He brought the mask.
That'd be the greatest mask I've ever seen.
Where do you get a mask like that?
Well, Mom probably made it.
She probably did. But he's eating seeds right now, so a little tough to do with a mask.
Yeah.
Here's Crawford at 234. A couple of big flies. 4 runs batted in. And he's going to take a strike with Bumgarner on deck. There's Madison Bumgarner taking his warm-up swings. Bottom of the 2nd inning. Glad you joined us from the corner of 3rd and King. The 0-1 pitch coming up to Crawford. 0-2.
That's some paint right there.
2 really good pitches back to back.
I mentioned Pomeranz at 6'6", a big fella, and he's got a little crossover step. So he's not an early pickup with his release.
Good take, 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's a good 0-2 pitch right there.
Belt with his lead. And 92. Tried to sneak it by Crawford. Crawford just got a piece.
It is Irish Heritage Night. I guess I didn't have to say that. Let's talk with Brandon Crawford today. Crawford, Bay Area kid, grew up in the Bay. Big Bay Area sports fan, and he's very concerned about his Warriors. You want to talk about baseball, you want to talk about the Dubs.
Got him on a high fastball. 3 strikeouts for Pomeranz, and here's Bumgarner. Bumgarner overall 2 for 8 on the season. Does have a home run off of Clayton Kershaw.
Warriors fan? You don't have to look too far to find Warriors fans in this ballpark. Great time if you're a Bay Area sports fan. Sharks going to the 2nd round. Warriors leading their series. Lots of baseball.
Garner takes a curveball, no swing, 1 ball and no strikes.
Jay Rayburn, the first base umpire, saying no swing.
Pagan to follow, Belt with his lead. And a strike, so he drops one in to even the count.
Now some respect with a curveball and a 1-0 count.
One and two.
Right back at him again. Another healthy curveball.
It'll be the Warriors playing there soon. Wednesday night. Yeah, you'll see that on CSN Bay Area. At 6:30 will be your pregame show. Right here on CSN. Here's the pitch to Bumgarner. Swinging a foul, you got a piece of it.
Curveball, curveball, curveball. I mean, everybody knows that Bumgarner can hit. I mean, you know, he's a guy that definitely has presence in that batter's box. But when you start taking guys like Kershaw deep twice, that reputation speeds up a little bit.
Yeah. They look at the film of what were the pitches that he hit out. And I do believe they were all fastballs.
Well, you see it all curveballs pretty much in this at bat. Derek Law, Jeff Samardzija looking on.
And this is going to go to the backstop. So 90 feet for Belt.
I'm not sure how they're going to rule this, if it's a pass ball or a wild pitch. That'd be a pass ball. Just hit right off the thumb of Derek Norris. That, I think, surprised Norris.
So we'll see what Bumgarner gets. 3-2.
It will be recorded.
Got him.
So a fastball inside corner. They set an inside target, and Norris never moves his glove. And I think Wilkie, influenced by that, goes right with it. I that really is right to the glove. And Bumgarner thought it was inside.
So here's Pagan. Pagan hitting at .333. He's got a home run. He's got 9 driven in. Swing. He ain't gonna miss. Pagan 7 for 24 on this homestand. Got 6 RBIs on this homestand. With Belt at second base. And this is going to squirt away from Norris and Belt to third.
That's 3 free gifts of 90 feet. A walk, pass ball, wild pitch. Curveball down in the dirt. And Derek Norris does everything right there. He hits out the heel of his glove and kicks away. Right now he is not having any fun.
So it's up to Belt now to be heads up. Maybe you get another one. Hit into left center field, and this is going to fall. Belt scores. Pagan comes through. Giants lead 1-0. Boy, it looked like for a while it was going to be a hit, and then it started to hang up.
Well, they had John Jay over in the right center field gap. We're going to make it our forward right choice. They set up inside. He makes the pitch they want. And Pagan finds a perfect line between left and center. And there's the hang time you're talking about. And we've seen John Jay, who is a very good center fielder, break our hearts before on balls that have a little too much hang time. Not here. A nice 2-out knock, and the Giants take the lead.
Here's Span with Pagan at first.
And with that 2-out swing of the bat, Angel Pagan got this crowd into this game.
Yes, he did.
Padres respect the bunt. And Rosal is the third baseman, playing even on the grass. Span, he just never picks up his pace. It's almost like he goes up there with just about every situation, and he's going to take a strike. He's going to make you throw strikes to him. Not going to help you out.
Outside corner to even the count.
Good night for hot chocolate.
This guy's got it ready to go. Come on, he's got his trigger finger. Down low.
Doesn't help you.
2 balls and 1 strike.
Knows his strike zone. And could absolutely care less if he's sitting up there with 2 strikes. That's one Pomeranz wanted. And what do you know? Another 3-ball count for Denard Span. I mean, if you're a young player and you're hitting leadoff, you know, you watch Angel Pagan, Denard Span. I mean, they really have mastered the leadoff position.
Runner goes, and it's fouled out of play. Pagan had a decent jump. It's 3-2.
So many similarities with Pagan and Span, and really you can include Joe Panik, who has similar characteristics, and then he is not in a hurry, and he knows the strike zone, and he's not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. They use the whole field. Span will bunt a little more than Pagan or Panik.
Runner goes again, and it's fouled again.
But to have those 3 guys in a row, I mean, they are grinders. And that was one of the big considerations that Bruce Bochy had when he started hitting the pitcher in the 8th spot. Because he had 2 experienced leadoff hitters in Pagan and Span. Next pitch will be number 50. That's a lot of pitches through 2 innings.
On the ground. Side retired. Giants on the board first. The Pagan 2-out base hit. 1-0 Giants.
Bay Area is brought to you by Heffernan Insurance Brokers. Insurance and financial services for you and your business. Visit hefins.com.
Giants with a 1-0 lead as we head to the 3rd, where Jamal Weeks will lead things off. First pitch is high. Weeks hitting at .214. He's got 1 RBI. Weeks takes a strike. His numbers are 3 for 14. He is a switch hitter. Remember, Weeks was the #1 draft pick of the Oakland A's a couple of years back. This is hit out to Hunter Pence, who's got a good stride going, and then he lost it. And he's going to spin around, and it'll be a double for Weeks.
You know, we talked about the wind in this ballpark, and down the right field line, it can really affect a fly ball. And you know, you're talking about a guy who's had lots of experience playing this field. It's one of the tougher right fields in the league, and this thing just takes off on him. It's an overrun. So the first hit of a game tonight against Bumgarner, and it's kind of a win double.
So here's Pomeranz, who's 2 for 7. He'll be asked to bunt. And he bunts it to Bumgarner, who will flip it to Panik. And to third goes Weeks.
Hunter Pence coming over, and I don't think he ever really saw it. And he's telling Span out in center field, I didn't see it. Yeah, it is that time of night where, you know, the lights really haven't taken effect yet.
Hurt the Giants yesterday. Angel Pagan lost one in left field. Delta's going to play in, so's Duffy. Crawford and Panic will play back. It's John Jay at the plate, and he takes a pitch inside, 1-0. Tying run at third.
Well, he's been to Candlestick Park.
Hit on the ground and a base hit past Crawford. And this game is tied, so ownage is ownage.
And when you own a guy who knows the kind of hit you get, they're just a little bit too far over outstretched arm on the ground. And here's what we're talking about. Cut fastball, inside out, going to left field. Head stays down nicely, and watch Crawford at the shortstop position. Just about a glove short. That's an ownage hit.
It is an ownage hit. Here's Myers, who bounced out to third in the first. And a strike to Myers. Jay runs well. He's got 1 steal on the season. Bumgarner comes back with the next pitch, and it's down low. On deck is Matt Kemp.
Bumgarner's pretty deceptive for a runner. He's got that big upper body turn, and if you're at first base, you swear he's coming your way.
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't know. It's all good.
So Myers now back in the box. One and two.
1.18 second unload time for Bumgarner. And for a guy 6'5", 250, that's very compact. Faster than average. Average is 1.25 seconds.
Two and two. Crawford panic at double play death. Outfield straight away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nice dig by Buster Posey. 3-2. So now it's likely that John Jay would go.
Here's the play for Buster Posey as he shortstops that ball on a 1-hop. And immediately start thinking first base.
And a soft toss to check on John Jay. Strike hits. Myers on top. 3-2. Out of play. Got a fastball.
Now they're feeling it. Twinkies. Are they cute or what?
T20's here. Who's ready for some Giants baseball? We know we are. Go Giants! It's the Twinsies stepping out.
Yeah, they're singing the song. Their favorite song.
Oh, they've been practicing that. 3-2. Base hit up the middle. Span will get to it quickly. And that's the first hit that Myers has ever had against Bumgarner.
Well, check out the Giants Insider podcast with Alex Pavlovich on CSNBayArea.com. Also available on iTunes.
So here's Kemp. Kemp popped out to Belt in foul territory. That happened to end the first. Center field. Span back. Span at the wall. He leaps. He's got it. And tagging and going to third is John Jay. Wow.
It took him a while to find the comfort zone, and you're starting to see Span really feel like he's got this center field down, and this play right here is absolutely spectacular, and it had to be pure. About 2 feet away from going over the wall in dead center. Goes back, measures, and all you see is the glove come over the top of the wall. Great shot.
So here's Upton. Jay went to third, so the Padres with runners at first and third. And a high fastball, 1 ball and no strikes.
Watch the monitor kind of go all 1960s.
I get worried when my TV does that.
I get worried when my eyes do that.
Only on the road, big fella.
Yep, it happens.
1 ball and no strikes. Swinging a foul back. That's that swing. You got to be careful with Upton.
Yeah, that's the sweet spot.
Breaking ball low.
The carry in this ballpark has always been to center field. They did 2 years of wind study before they built this place, and they really faced home plate into the prevailing winds. And you get carry out to center field. And with a guy like Matt Kemp, who's so strong, and that ball had backspin on it, you just didn't trust it off the crack of the bat. We've seen him push right out of here to center field many times.
Two and two. Jay at third. Myers at first. Got him, and that'll end the inning. So nice play by Span. Saves Bumgarner. Get it. He does. It's a 1-1 ball game.
have your clicker finger out because all-star voting has begun. Now you can vote 5 times a day or 35 times total. Just visit sfgiants.com to make your votes. And the Giants, they've had a really good run, gentlemen. The past few years, at least 3 Giants have been selected to the National League team every year since 2011. So vote, 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 vote for the 87th annual Midsummer Classic, gentlemen.
All right, here's Panic. It helps. Just a little bit, it helps that the Giants manager has managed that game 3 times in the last 6 years.
Yeah, it does. Spoils of war.
Panic takes low.
You know, when you're an experienced manager too, you watch how managers handle it. The manager of the All-Star game is always the manager of the 2 teams that were in the World Series the year before. And what managers traditionally do is they'll reward their guys.
Absolutely.
Well, if you're a manager as long as Bochy has been, I mean, there's been a lot of his guys that didn't get to go because favors were given to the managers of the All-Star games, particular team and players. So when he became the manager, he didn't forget that.
Well, one of the guys he picked is the guy at the plate right now, Joe Panic. Got him. I think he got a piece.
Good curveball.
So here's Duffy.
That looks like birthday cake. And he's killing.
Is it his birthday? So he gets the whole cake?
I'm thinking that's how it works in that house.
This is 40th. Will hasn't realized what happens to your waistline at 40. That's driven to left. Nobody's there. Duffy is going to go. Here's the throw. It's a good one, and they got him. So Upton guns him out.
Well, you've got really good arms on the corners with Upton and Kemp. And not only are they strong, but they're accurate. And I think Duffy just had this in his mind off the crack of the bat that it was going to be a 2-bagger. Tried to play a little leg limbo with Jemiah Weeks. But that was a nice throw.
So here's Buster Posey. And he takes outside for a ball, 1-0. John Miller, he'll be in for innings 4, 5, and 6. I'll head over to the radio side, the KNBR side. And Posey takes low. Buster takes high. So it's 3 balls and no strikes.
There's the free to be.
Is that what it's called?
The Frida B. Yep. A little respect there. A 3-0 changeup. I thought that Posey might be sitting in the bushes on him, and he was.
Swing and a miss. It's 3-2.
Backs it up. Changeup, changeup. Take a look at the defensive brilliance of Melvin Upton, and the throw, Steve Reich.
And the payoff. And Posey bounces this one to Ramirez. And that's going to end the inning. John Miller will be in. I'll see you back here in the 7th. It's a 1-1 ball game.
Gift for the graduate this spring. Tickets to 2 Giants game plus a class of 2016 Giants cap with an orange tassel. Packs start as low as $39. You want more information? Go to sfgiants.com/mini packs. On a cool evening here at AT&T Park, through 3 full innings of play, Giants Padres all tied up 1 apiece. And as we go into the 4th inning, here to tell you all about it, my pal John Miller.
All right, and we got some of those 2 flap down people here tonight. Must have been here on Friday.
And we'll be seeing those the rest of the year. The 2 flaps hat classics.
Derek Norris. And it's ball 1. Norris fouled out to first his first time. Alexi Ramirez and Adam Rosales to follow. That's a called strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bumgarner, 50 pitches thrown in the first 3 innings, 20 in the second, 19 more in the third. Of course, he had a little bad luck there, a pop-up that turned into a double. And the winds got involved. And that misses. 2-1.
I also think that it was kind of dusky. The lights really hadn't taken effect. But the way the winds have been here the last several days, I mean, they've been legit. They've affected every fly ball, pop up, hit.
Out of play. 2-2. And a fan made the catch on that one. An heroic play. Two and 2 to Norris. Norris, who's been struggling at the start of the year, hitting only .155. Strike 3 called.
Inside cut. Beautiful.
So the Giants, Bumgarner, who, what's your assessment? How's he look to you so far tonight?
I think he looks fantastic. And again, it all gets back to fastball command. And I don't think his first 3 starts of the year he had it. I think he got it in his last outing against the D-backs. And he's really carried a nice rhythm with that fastball into tonight's game.
His last start really was his best one of the year. That's a called strike to Alexi Ramirez, who struck out his first time.
I mean, Bumgarner really was looking for mechanics all spring down in Scottsdale. Never really found them.
Foul ball.
And there is some irony in it. In his first 4 starts, the game that he probably threw the poorest was opening day in Milwaukee, and yet he walks out of that game with a win. He really made what he had that day work, and it wasn't much, and it wasn't his normal confidence with the fastball, being able to place it in and out or up and down.
Just off the outside. And he also was battling a severe case of the flu that had hit him just a couple of days before that. A slow curveball. He fooled him big time. Posey tags out Ramirez. That's the 5th strikeout for Bumgarner, 3 in a row.
And Ramirez, his whole career, has always been an aggressive swinger. And if you can get him in a 2-strike situation, that's the way to get him. You're trying to bounce that ball actually on home plate.
And that's exactly what he did.
That's exactly what he did. That's what you're saying to yourself when you're out there. I'm going to try and bounce it on home and watch this thing hit the plate. I mean, we're talking center cut on the plate too.
2 down. Adam Rosales takes a strike. He struck out his last time. Bumgarner struck out 5 of the last 10 hitters overall that he's faced. That misses for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
But you know, even on his misses, they're not missing the strike zone very much. I mean, they're early in the spring. I mean, you'd set an outside target, he'd come across the plate with a miss inside, and that's something that you don't normally see him do when he has good mechanics with the fastball.
1-2. Now that is a fair ball. It's a hit. It's a hit. Well, if you're Adam Rosales, life is good. He made contact just barely, and that was just enough.
Well, you know what? I think that's great when a hitter laughs like that. I do. You're on the mound and a guy goes out there and he gives you the face like, yeah, I meant to do that. That kind of ticks you off.
You thought you had me, did you? I had my little infield hit right in my hip pocket. Jemile Weeks, he's the one who hit that pop fly along the right field line that turned into a double back in the 3rd inning. Jemile Weeks, who started his career across the bay with the Oakland Athletics. I think, and a lot of people thought he was going to be a really good player and had an excellent first season, and that was about it. All of a sudden, he could not find that same success again. Eventually back in the minors, and now he's become well traveled. The younger brother of Ricky Weeks, who is now with the Arizona Diamondbacks. 1 strike to count. 2 strikes.
So both brothers in the National League West.
Who knew? The Ricky Weeks was a fixture in Milwaukee for a long, long time. One of the top power hitting second baseman in the game. 0-2 to Jemile Weeks. Back to the screen. Dodgers and Marlins are in a 2-2 tie in the top of the 5th down in LA on the out of town scoreboard. Ross Stripling for LA. Yeah, they haven't posted the Marlins' second run yet on the hand operated outlet. Oh, could be posted shortly. And the curveball down and in. 1-2.
The other thing too about Bumgarner, when you watch him miss with breaking balls, it's always below the strike zone, and that's the norm with him. And there's the 2 you're talking about, partner.
Giancarlo Stanton doubled home a run to tie the game. Earlier he had a home run. So Giancarlo's he's almost the whole show for Miami so far against Ross Stripling tonight. 1-2 to Jemile Weeks. 6 strikeouts for Bumgarner, including 3 in this inning. Hunter Pence, Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford, and Bumgarner we do 4th.
Giants. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of San Francisco Baseball Associates, LLC.
Bay Bridge is lit up tonight, putting on a show not far from AT&T Park. And that's the view we get from the ballpark. It's one of the really astounding shows anywhere in the world. I'm John Miller with Mike Krukow. Dwayne Kuiper is over on the radio side at the moment. Dave Fleming is on assignment. Dave was working a no-hitter tonight for a good long while.
Yeah, in the 7th inning. Nathan Eovaldi. He got no-hit stuff.
Hunter Pence leads off against Pomeranz. Just missing on the outside. Pence struck out his first time. 1-1 the score. Hunter Pence, who hit a spectacular home run over the center field wall here yesterday. And a changeup in there for a strike.
Starting to see more changeups this time through the lineup. Didn't really see it first time through. It's pretty much fastballs and curveballs. And comes right back in with again. I always like to see tall pitchers their whole career that just try to be more compact. And Pomeranz at 6'6". I mean, he's got really one of the smallest take-back steps in baseball. I mean, it's about a 3-inch take-back step, and it's almost like he's in the stretch position. But I mean, that was what they waited for the longest time, is where he could be consistent with the arm slot. Always had good stuff.
That ball is hammered down the left field line, and goodbye. Second day in a row, Hunter Pence goes deep. 2-1 Giants.
He's heating up, folks. And this was not a hanger either. He went down knee high and dug it out. Little fastball down and in. And the lower body plants, uses his legs beautifully, and this is something that they've really worked on. He and Bam Bam Yulins, and it's paying off.
Brandon Belt. 0-1.
His home runs come in bunches.
Strike 2 called. And the breaking ball, he swung at the one, took the other one. Same result. 0-2. He got the big overshift on for Belt. No swing, says third base umpire Vic Carapazza on the appeal. White Sox have 3 infielders on the right side, and Jemile Weeks, the second baseman, is what, 35 feet into the outfield. Nobody at third base. Leave that undefended. Shortstop is playing shortstop. Very high, taken by Belt, who walked his first time and scored the Giants' first run eventually. Goes to Posey. Alongside Hunter Pence. Now it's 3-2.
0-2 to a 3-2. 72 pitches. You want to be at around 60 pitches or less at the end of the 4th inning. Here's an idea of just how high over the norm Pomeranz is. And when the Giants offense is clicking, that's going to be one of their strengths, that they consistently get a lot of pitches out of the starting pitcher early.
Full count. And he walks. Remember those first 2 curveballs, strike 1 and strike 2. And then Belt ends up coaxing a walk from him right after the Hunter Pence home run.
Those are great at-bats, especially to get a walk after a pitcher's given up a home run. Well, you have a guy 0-2 and you lose him to a walk. That's almost as frustrating as giving up the big fly.
It's the 3rd walk allowed. There's Madison Bumgarner out of the dugout with his bat. He's on deck. Brandon Crawford. And back out of play. Strike one. Crawford struck out his first time. Tomorrow night, game 2 of the series. Johnny Cueto for the Giants up against James Shields. And then the day game on Wednesday, Jeff Samardzija faces Andrew Kashner. 12:45 Wednesday. The Giants will travel after the game. John Jay's got room out in center field. Belt tagged up and bluffed towards second. Jay hurried the throw back in to the relay man, Alexi Ramirez.
That's your job if you're Belt. I mean, you got to get back to that base, and you have to come off that bag, and you have to convince whatever outfielder's catching the ball that they have to make a hard throw. And if you can make that guy make a hard throw, you've done your job. And you never know what's going to happen. It may be an errant throw. It may be a mistake to where you can just walk into second base. But you have to be aggressive off that bag to draw that throw. Good job.
So here's Bumgarner. He was called out on strikes his first time. Third baseman Rosales plays him shallow in case of the bunt. It's a called strike. Bumgarner has a look at Roberto Kelly. Big curveball. It's 0-2.
Yeah, I think he was sitting on it too. I think he was sitting on a first pitch too.
Yeah, because it was kind of surprising to see him take a straight one.
Yeah, 90-mile-an-hour fastball challenge. You take that for one reason. You were not looking for it. You get a steady diet of curveballs now.
Belt will hold on at first. Ball blocked nicely there by Derek Norris. A ball and 2 strikes to Madison Bumgarner. Giants pitchers as a group have been hitting well early this season. Bumgarner the only one with a home run. As a group, Giants pitchers came into this game hitting .205.
That's pretty good, over 200.
Did he swing? Apparently not. 2-2. Check swing by Bumgarner. Giants pitchers are second among all pitching staffs in RBIs. The Cubs have knocked in 8. The Giants have knocked in 7. The Giants are third in batting average behind the Cubs and Arizona.
Curveball, 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 curveball.
And that curveball puts Bumgarner away. Sixth strikeout for Pomeranz. Pagan.
He's got a good curveball. I mean, for the most part, when we saw Pomeranz earlier in his career, it was a fastball and a cutter. The slider, I mean, he didn't throw that curveball very much. He certainly didn't throw the changeup very much. And now he's got all 4 working tonight. And that curveball is a pearl.
Pagan got a clutch 2-out base hit to knock in the first run of the game in the second inning. He's hitting .343 so far this year, leading the Giants in batting average. 70 at bats, 24 hits.
Well, there's the Angel Pagan fan club.
I don't see anything that says Pagan or his number. How do you figure that?
I just know.
And there's the big slow curveball in for a called strike.
Yep, president, vice president, secretary, and sergeant at arms.
Giants fans are sort of on a different level than fans of any other team. And Pagan bounces a foul. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, they're having fun. Gamer, baby, that's what it's all about. And they do lead the league in smiles.
Brandon Belt, the runner at first. Angel trying to knock him in for the team and for the fan club. Fastball foul back out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Been a busy night for Drew Pomeranz.
No, you're right. I mean, you open it up and you've got 50 pitches after 2 innings. You know that you're not going to be going deep into the game. And it's been pretty consistent. He hasn't had an easy inning, pitch count wise.
This is his 3rd inning of more than 20 pitches out of 4. In the dirt, blocked by Norris. 2-2 to Pagan. Pomeranz 86 pitches already. So what would that be? The normal night, that almost 6 innings worth of pitches, or should put you in the 6th inning anyway?
Well, yeah, or more. I mean, at the end of 4, you should have 60. So he's 26 pitches over.
And counting.
And counting.
2-2. High fastball, and Pagan got a piece of it. And this is what the Giants have been doing here, grinding out at bats. That's an expression that gets used. Hitting coaches love that phrase.
Well, they love the style, and it's up and down this lineup. I mean, you don't really have free swingers that won't walk.
2-2. Curveball, foul, and it's not. When you make a pitcher throw a lot of pitches, it's not simply that you got a patient group of hitters that they're just looking for deep counts. A lot of it is doing what Pagan's doing right now, fighting off tough pitches, taking close pitches that aren't strikes. Just gritty, competitive, determined type at bats. Curveball, base hit down the line. Upton giving chase. Belt on his way to 3rd. He's going to be waved home by Kelly. Here comes the relay to Ramirez. He will not throw it. Belt scores all the way from 1st on a double by Angel Pagan. 3-1 Giants, and what a great trip to the plate that was for Angel Pagan.
Well, that's the at-bat of the night, and just for the reasons you were talking about, the way that he was grinding it off, fighting out great pitches, and Pomeranz finally submits to location and makes a mistake up around the belt over the middle of the plate, and Pagan's right there to take advantage of it. And they had played him over left center. They gave him the line, and with 2 outs, Brandon Belt, a nice jump from first base, and Roberto Kelly giving him the green light, having him score all the way from 1st, and he does it standing up. Great at bat.
2 runs home in the inning. And here is Denard Span, who's grounded out twice, and ball 1. And that was pitch number 90, thrown by Pomeranz. 28 in this inning alone. And now Darren Balsley, the pitching coach for the Padres, will go to the mound to visit with him, and the bullpen is going to get to work.
Well, this meeting on the mound brought to you by Ring Central Business Communications, made simple. And Balsley, I mean, out here to just kind of give Pomeranz a bit of a breather. I mean, 90 pitches, I mean, that's a lot of work, and most of it's been out of the stretch. And on a night like tonight, I mean, you need time to get your reliever up and going. It's going to take him 12 to 15 pitches to establish that fastball.
Luis Perdomo, a right-hander, starts to throw. 3-1 Giants. Span has been getting on base all through the homestand. Shallow center. Jay on the run, gets there. So the Giants get 2. Hunter Pence, bye-bye baby, for the 2nd day in a row. And then Pagan with a double to knock in the other. 3-1 Giants.
Area is brought to you by T-Mobile. Get major league coverage. T-Mobile has doubled its 4G LTE in the last year.
Here we go now to the 5th inning. And Drew Pomeranz up there to bat for himself. 0-1. Strike 2. Pomeranz had a sacrifice bunt his first time. Down in LA on the out-of-town scoreboard. The Miami Marlins have gone ahead of the Dodgers in the 6th inning, 3-2. Derek Dietrich hit a triple to center field to knock in the go-ahead run. J.P. Howell is in from the bullpen for LA now in the 6th inning. Pomeranz is gone. 7 strikeouts now for Madison Bumgarner in 4 1/3 innings.
Well, you can follow Giants Baseball live with the MLB.com @bat apps. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. So download MLB.com @bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. Hey, the whole family's here. Very warm. Just enjoying a typical night here at AT&T.
Look at the little girl. Looks like she's got the MLB @bat app.
She was checking out some of the StatCast stats.
How hard did that ball leave Pagan's bat on that double? Because it looked like he smoked it. Let me look that up for you, Dad. I already looked it up, by the way. 103 miles per hour. Joe Panic throws out John Jay. John Jay, not an easy guy for Bumgarner to retire either.
I know.
Remember back in the league championship series when he was with the Cardinals in 2014, nobody could get him out, Bumgarner or anybody else. He came into the game tonight. He was 10 for 20 lifetime against Bumgarner. Giants won that series 4-1. That was the series in which Travis Ishikawa had the pennant winning home run, send the Giants into the World Series. And there's ball 1 to Will Myers. Myers, who has grounded out to third and singled. He's had an excellent year up till now. He's been the hitter that they were hoping he would be when they acquired him from Tampa Bay before last season.
He's got a good swing going right now.
Beauty on the outside corner, knee high, 1-1. Matt Kemp on deck. 3-1, the Giants ahead after their 2-run 4th inning. Curveball, strike 2 call. Cardinals lead Arizona 5-4 in the last of the 6th in the desert. Pittsburgh has a 6-1 lead over Colorado in Denver, last of the 8th inning. Stays alive. 1-2.
He's got a good inside out approach. He's got a nice right center field consistency with his swing. I think last year he really got off his back leg a lot, and he had reach in his swing. And that's not the case anymore. He's letting that ball get to him deep. He's got really quick hands. No gloves.
Old school. Just a bit outside.
You know, that used to be the thing when you see guys come to spring training, because, you know, not many guys used gloves. If they did, they used one glove. But they come into spring training, and it was, you know, a process to toughen up their hands, to build up the calluses. And by the time they got into the season, I mean, their hands were just hard. But now with batting gloves, I mean, you don't see the calluses like you used to see. What you do with Will Myers, he's got him.
This will be the 80th pitch of the game for Bumgarner. He's had 7 strikeouts. He's issued 1 walk. And Myers continues to battle him. Fouling another one away. 3 runs, 5 hits for the Giants. 1 run, 4 hits for the Padres.
Just right down there, get a little dirt, pine tar, perfect.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Bumgarner will try it again. Off the inside. Full count now. Matt Kemp on deck. He would be next. 2 down, bases empty. Back goes Crawford. Inning over. Man, he got right into the hands. A soft liner. Panic Duffy and Buster Posey coming up. No panic on yesterday's loss to Miami. This is a game that we should have put away. We had our opportunities. We didn't get it done.
Yeah, I think everybody felt that way. I didn't think at any point in yesterday's game they were going to lose. And I think everybody felt the same way. And yet it just sort of sifted right through their fingers.
So here's Joe Panic to lead off against Pomeranz. 0-1. Panic has singled to center field and he has struck out. One and one. Tonight is Irish Heritage Night, but it's also St. Mary's College Night, where they have the special event package and you get the Giants cap in the St. Mary's colors.
Well, and they wear it well.
And it looks cool. Base hit. He smoked that one. Second hit of the game for Joe Panic against the left-hander. Hit number 6 for the Giants. Just starting the 5th inning. 3-1. The Giants ahead. And Matt Duffy will come up. The Padre bullpen is working. Luis Perdomo warming up. Matt Duffy has walked and singled. And he tried to bunt but fouls it.
Well, the way they were playing Jamal Weeks, the second baseman for the Padres, I mean, he was playing very close to the bag at second. And there was a huge opening on this side of the field. And that's what he had in mind. Sometimes a defensive shift, and we talk about how often the Padres will employ that. You can see Weeks, the second baseman, and he was way up there. And for a guy who has good speed like Duffy, I mean, the idea was bunt it towards him. Self a knock, set it up for Posey.
1 ball, 1 strike.
You also have a left-handed pitcher out there in Pomeranz who's fallen off towards the third baseline. So his momentum would be going away from the play if you bunt it on the right side. And that's not something that he needs to be told. Duffy has a high baseball IQ, but those are opportunities he sees.
Curveball in there. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The outfield is really pushed over toward the right field side. It's the way they were. Look where the left fielder is. He's out over near the 382 sign in left center.
I mean, just bunch the gap in right center. I mean, that's basically how they're playing. Totally giving the line. And they throw a big curveball down and in. I mean, that's just completely pitching away from the defense that they set up.
Well, Duffy hit one very hard to straightaway left field his last time for a base hit, and angling back on it, Melvin Upton caught up to it on the warning track and then just made a perfect throw to second to throw him out, trying to stretch it into a double. John Jay, he didn't have far to go. That's right where he was playing.
And that hit right into the defense. I mean, center cut.
Buster Posey now. He's been called out on strikes and he has grounded out to short. Posey had 2 home runs in 5 previous at-bats against Drew Pomeranz before tonight. And ball 1. Joe Panic, the runner at first. Myers on the bag with him. Buster Posey trying to get himself going. Buster has so far 2 homers and 2 doubles for the year. Base hit. Panic to second, and so 2 men on for Hunter Pence, who is leading the club in RBIs right now, including his 4th inning home run against Pomeranz. And he won't get a shot against Pomeranz this time. Andy Green, the new manager of the Padres, is going to bring in the right-hander Perdomo. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. We'll be right back.
the NBA playoffs between the Warriors and the Rockets. It's going to be a Wednesday at 7:30, hour-long pregame live at 6:30. They'll be at the Oracle Arena in Oakland. You'll see it right here in CSN Bay Area. Rockets, Warriors. CSN been bringing you the games all season long. The home of the authentic Warriors fan is right here, CSN.
And I read a note tonight that they're saying probably at least a couple of weeks missing for Steph Curry.
As you see the numbers for Luis Perdomo, the hard thrower, mid-90s fastball, good changeup and a slider. Well, we wish the Warriors well, and we hope that Steph Curry can get back to good health very soon.
One ball and no strikes. Off the glove of Norris. That's the second one he's missed tonight.
Well, that's a big play because Perdomo's a guy that can get the ground ball with the fastball, and they had to force an order. Two-seamer, I mean, this is just unforgivable. And the movement was going into Hunter Pence, but for a big league catcher, he's got to make that play, especially with two runners on, because that changes the whole defense. Now they got to bring the defense in, and they lose the chance for a double play.
With the infield in all the way around. 1 ball, 1 strike to Hunter Pence. 2-1.
That was a nice block by Norris. In the 4th inning, takes a fastball down and in and just backspins it over the wall in left field. He has really been heating up.
Leads the club with 4 home runs now. Panic at third, Posey at second, 1 out. Medium deep in center. The catch by Jay. Heading for the plate is Panic. He scores. Posey holds at second. Hunter Pence with the RBI. 4-1 Giants. Taking advantage of that pass ball.
I mean, this changes everything. The defense in the infield, the way you're going to try and pitch a guy, the way the guy's going to try and hit you. And it's a great at bat when you don't have to get a hit to score a run.
'14th RBI of the year for Hunter Pence. Now Brandon Belt, who has walked twice. That was against the left-hander. Now he faces the right-hander, Perdomo. Only 22 years old, from the Dominican Republic. In the dirt. And a nice save there by Norris. Perdomo had been in the Rockies system. He had been picked up by the Rockies last year in the Rule 5 draft, and then acquired this past December by the Padres in a deal. Posey ready to run to the crack of the bat with 2 down from second. And a very good eye there by Brandon Belt. That one down out of the strike zone. Belt has had a lot of success against the Padres lately. Going back to the end of last year. 2-1, which doesn't sound like lately. I guess better said, in his last several games against the Padres, which were all last year. Jay going back, signaling that he's got it. A little bit shy of the warning track. He does. Giants had a run. It's 4-1 Giants. Bumgarner back to work. Matt Kemp coming up.
at the Yard, and your special event package will include a ticket to see the Giants take on the Rockies and access to the pregame Cinco de Mayo Fiesta and a collector's edition Cinco de Mayo Lucille bobblehead. Go to sfgiants.com/special events and check it out. Gigantes.
Gigantes 4, Padres 1. 4-1 as we go into the 6th inning, and there's ball 1 from Bumgarner to Matt Kemp. Kemp gave Bumgarner and the Giants a few moments of fright when he hit a soaring shot to straightaway center field. It didn't miss being a 3-run homer by much. It was turned into an outstanding leaping catch by Denard Span. Called a strike on the outside. Kemp leading the Padres in home runs and RBIs. He was a 100 RBI man for them last year. Ooh. Made him look bad on that one.
Good curveball. Here's the catch by Denard Span as he backed right up on the wall in dead center. And the way this ballpark carries to center, you never really trust a fly ball with backspin like Kemp hit.
High pop-up foul out of play off to the right. 1-2. 4-1 Giants in the 6th. Melvin Upton Jr. on deck, and then Derek Norris due up 3rd. Matt Kemp not had a whole lot of success against Bumgarner over the years. 8 hits and 49 career at bats against him. The woman was just overjoyed about getting a souvenir.
Well, she should be.
On the run. That one is hooking away from Span, and he's not going to be able to catch up to it. A double for Matt Kemp. Now let's go down to Amy G.
All right, John, switching gears just a tad. Every once in a while, I get something sent on my Facebook page that has to be shared. And gentlemen, you're going to enjoy this one. This comes from Christine Harmer. She lives in Kansas City. And as a hobby, she rehabilitates wildlife and specializes in bats. That's what you're looking at. There's 5 big brown bats. And she named them Crook, Kite, John, Dave, and Amy G. And she successfully released them back into the wild. She said, bats, guys, intelligent and gentle creatures just like us. She nailed it. She sends her love, and we send ours back. I'm going to let you guys decide which is the cutest bat.
Amy G.
Cute. Have you ever heard cute used to describe a bat?
No. No. Not a baseball bat, not a fruit bat, not a leather wing bat, not any kind of bat. But that Amy G bat, I mean, that's a cute bat right there.
That's a cute bat. Crawford in a hurry, and Upton, who's a fast runner. One away. Kemp had to hold on at second. So here is Derek Norris, who has fouled out to first and struck out looking. He's had a rough night behind the plate. A couple of pass balls. Ball 1 with the curveball. Kemp led off the inning with a double. He's at second. 1 out. Bumgarner spinning towards second, and Kemp didn't wait to find out if something was going on. He made the dive back to the bag.
Yeah, you do feel a bit of a buffoon when you are the runner and you dive back and there's no other player standing around, but you have to. You got to get back. You don't know where those middle infielders are.
That is smoke down the left field line. That's going to knock in a run. First hit with a runner in scoring position this year to Derek Norris. Kemp around to score. Now it's 4-2 Giants.
We talked about this Padre club and how well they had been hitting against left-handed pitching, and collectively hitting 291 against lefties. On the other side of the coin, hit 214 against right-handers. Bruce Bochy starting to think along with Dave Righetti as to how he might set this game up with his bullpen. Pitch count becoming a bit of a concern.
Ramirez with a big rip, fouling it back to the screen. Strike one. Ramirez has twice struck out against Bumgarner. The Padres are going to get the bullpen going. It looks like Carlos Villanueva, and that's who it is, the right-hander. A run in and a runner in scoring position. Strike two called on the inside.
Now, if you're Bumgarner, you go right back in there again. Same pitch. Ramirez is a hitter that really likes to get extended. His strength is middle away.
Nice save there by Buster Posey. The errant curveball.
And as aggressive as Ramirez is, I mean, ideally that would have been right over the home plate. Pretty much way wide and an easy take. But soft stuff away sets up hard stuff in.
In the dirt again. And again, Buster Posey on the move to save that one. And Josh Osich springs up out of the dugout. Mark Gardner tosses him a baseball, the Giants bullpen coach. So Osich, the left-hander, is going to get to work back of Bumgarner. Alexi Ramirez, former White Sox shortstop. And we'll come back right beneath us into the second deck. 2-2. That was pitch number 96 for Bumgarner. We're in the sixth inning. Adam Rosales, a right-handed hitter, is on deck. Struck him out.
Hard slider. It just broke it right back towards his back foot. And that's perfect pitch. He had really a couple of opportunities to go out of the strike zone again with that open base. Low three-quarter release, just absolutely slingshot that thing towards his back foot, and he gets a fisherman. That's 8 strikeouts. And 6 of those strikeouts have been swing and miss strike threes.
Ball 1-2 Rosales, who has struck out swinging, and his last time up he topped one. It didn't go any further than 45 feet from home plate. He got a base hit on it. Out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Big moments here for Bumgarner. A run already in, and he had Norris out there at second. He struck out Ramirez. And now he's trying to get rid of Rosales here and keep that other run from scoring. A base hit here could make it a 1-run game. Two and 1. Giants got a run in the second inning. Pagan knocked it in. Pence homered in the 4th inning. And Pagan knocked in another run in that same inning. And then the sacrifice fly by Pence in the 5th for their 4 runs. The Padres got a run in the 3rd. Singled in by Jay, and a run so far here in the 6th. Doubled in by Norris. And Rosales trying to bring Norris home. 2 down. On the move, Denard Span, he's there, and that's the inning. Bumgarner at 101 pitches, 1 run for the Padres, 4-2 Giants.
The full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. By Kelly Moore Paints, celebrating 70 years as your neighborhood paint store. By Xfinity, X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience TV.
The Golden Gate Bridge, seen from over in Marin, Fort Cronkite, one of the most beautiful views in the world.
It is magnificent.
And the San Francisco Oakland Bay Bridge, spectacular as well, and with the world famous computerized light show. Here is Brandon Crawford, who has struck out, and he's also flied out to center. Miami leading the Dodgers on the out-of-town scoreboard 3-2, and they've gone to the 8th inning in L.A. in that one. This last of the 6th. Perdomo and Crawford. It's a soaring fly ball into left center. Fairly shallow. Upton. One away. Now Madison Bumgarner. Bumgarner twice struck out against the starting pitcher, Drew Pomeranz. Pomeranz ended up going 4 into 3rd innings. And was charged with 4 runs. 1 was an unearned run because of the second pass ball by Derek Norris. On the other hand, he also threw 2 wild pitches. 2 wild pitches and 2 pass balls. And 3 walks.
Well, I mean, those are 6 90-foot mistakes.
Big swing there by Bumgarner, and that sinker. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jeff Samardzija alongside Matt Cain. Samardzija will be set to go in the day game on Wednesday versus Andrew Kashner. Two and 1. Giants have 7 hits. The Padres 6. Giants bullpen is quiet, by the way, as Bumgarner bats for himself here. Three and 1. So much movement in that 94-mile-an-hour sinker. He needs to throw a strike here to Bumgarner.
Oh, Bumgarner not happy with himself. He got a 3-1 fastball. I hadn't seen one of those in a while.
3-2. And down he goes.
A nasty 94-mile-an-hour sink, so a rare hat trick for Bumgarner as he strikes out a third time.
It was a classic reaction, though, when he took that previous pitch right down the middle.
What am I doing?
So maybe he figured that one was going to do what the next one did do. But that next one just took off.
Yeah, it just bottomed right out. I mean, that's the 3-1 that he took right there, and he's not happy with himself. He may not have been too happy with the call, but I thought it was a pretty good call.
Ball 1.
Pagan gets a hit for the first time tonight as a left-hander.
He had a single and a double batting right-handed, and each time he knocked in a run.
I think he had the at-bat of the game back in the 4th inning with 2 outs, 2 strikes.
8-pitch battle with Pomeranz. And on the 8th pitch, he blasted a double, and Belt scored all the way from first base on it. He also got a 2-out RBI single in the 2nd inning. And now a 2-out base hit to left center. He has the big turn, stops as Upton makes another perfect throw into second base.
Well, 2nd inning, he gets up there and throws it out there right between the defense, and that was his first RBI. And then this we thought was the best at bat of the night. With 8 pitches, and he finally gets Pomeranz to elevate a little bit in the strike zone, and that's all he needed. Raked it down the line in left field, gets himself another RBI. So it's been a 3-hit night for Angel Pagan. Half in April. Pagan's now hitting .361.
Denard Span 0 for 3. And all of that, those 3 hitless at bats against the left-hander Pomeranz. Now he faces the right-hander.
And look at the on-base percentage, .345. You're doing that as a leadoff hitter, you are doing your job.
One and one. Man, that's just a nasty pitch, and it comes into the knees and it just disappears. Like it falls over the top of Vernal Falls.
It kind of looks that way when you're in the batter's box too.
One ball, one strike. 2 down, Pagan at first. And Myers plays on the bag with him. Padres don't go into any big overshifts against Denard Span. Joe Panik on deck. Back to the screen. Dwight Kuiper will be returning from the radio booth in the 7th inning. Pagan back to the bag. This is a spot where a stolen base could be a big play. You got a hitter up there who's not a big extra base kind of a hitter.
I think Andy Green, the skipper of the Padres, thinking the same way, John.
One ball, 2 strikes. He's not going. And a pop foul out of play.
Let's change up. You see why the Padres like Perdomo. He's still a baby, just 22 years old. He's a pure rookie. And throughout most of his minor league career, I mean, he was a starter. 66 appearances in the minor league, 61 of them were starts.
One ball, 2 strikes. Two and 2.
Perdomo originally signed by the Cardinals. Then he came over to the Colorado Rockies on a Rule 5. And eventually got traded over to the Padres. So he's got a little mileage on him at age 22.
Pagan is back.
What they like about Perdomo and the role that he plays on this bullpen for the Padres is that, he's a long guy. He can come in there and face the lineup, give you 3 innings. But he's also a guy that can pitch for a ground ball. He's got good sink in the fastball, and he can spot start.
Two and two the count. Pagan staying at first. So now a full count. And Pagan will be running. Span, who takes his time. Getting back in there, getting into his stance, getting that front foot aimed backward. Pagan takes off. Base hit into left field. Pagan will hold on, and then Upton throws him behind him, and he really handcuffed Jemiah Weeks.
Just another great at bat. I mean, we're talking about the similarities in style with Pagan and Span, and they in their careers have learned all the intricacies of hitting in the leadoff position. And when you start talking about the similarities of being able to use the whole field, be able to take pitches, to be able to go with where locations of the pitches that you see are, no fear of hitting in 2 strikes, to bunt, to give your team a stolen base. I mean, they're just almost like the same player. Grinders.
So Span gets the hit. Pagan to second. 2 consecutive 2-out hits. Darren Balsley back to the dugout. The Padre pitching coach has had his visit with the 22-year-old Perdomo. Joe Paddock, he's had 2 hits and 3 at-bats and has scored a run. Now he's trying to be the RBI man. Called strike on the outside. Perdomo working hard here after getting the first 2 outs. Joe Paddock now hitting .282 for the year. His average has been on the climb. Back to the screen, keeping the ball away from him.
Bang, bang. 2 pitches, 2 fastballs away, right on the outside corner with a little movement running away from Paddock. And he, like Span and like Pagan, if you pitch him one way, I mean, he'll go to left field. He had no problem with that.
Down in LA, 3-2. Miami leading the Dodgers in the last of the 8th inning on the out-of-town scoreboard. 4-2 Giants here. 2 on, 2 out. Little flare. In comes Upton. He gets there. 2 men stranded onto the 7th inning. Bumgarner back to the mound. Jemiah Weeks coming up. Dwayne Kuiper will return from the radio booth.
It's brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. And for the Padres, 2 runs on 6 hits, no errors. The Giants, 4 runs on 9 hits, no errors. Madison Bumgarner about ready to work inning number 7. Angel Pagano, big night offensively, 3 for 3 with an RBI single and an RBI double. That's your Toyota game summary. We're in the top of the 7th inning. 4-2 Giants. Once again, here is Dwayne Kuiper.
All right, Mike, and it's Jamal Weeks who takes a ball. It's a ball and no strikes. And the pitch is high, 2-0.
Bumgarner, Posey.
Yeah, pretty good matchup.
Yeah, match made in heaven.
So Bumgarner would like to throw a strike here. And he will. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Bouncing ball. Duffy. 1 out. Nice comeback after falling behind 2-0. This would be Jabari Blash. So Blash is going to hit, and he's 3 for 17. Saw a lot of him in spring training. And he looked like a good player.
He was impressive. Young player. Hardest thing in the world for any young player is to be a bench player. He's a pure rookie.
And a high fastball at 92.
But Blash is a guy who comes with long ball credentials. Last year, combined AA, AAA, he hit 32 home runs.
And did he go around? Yes, he did. So it's a quick 0-2.
Big guy, 6'5", 235 pounders. Out of St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. That's a thank you very much strike right there.
And it's high, 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes. And he got him on a high fastball, strikeout number 9. And that'll bring up John Jay.
Hey, did you know that Gamer Babes bring the mojo?
How did you know that?
Well, I've always heard that. Well, they're having fun on Irish Heritage Night.
So here's Jay. Jay's 1 for 3. And look out. It's a high cutter or slider. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
Most consecutive starts with 9+ strikeouts versus the Padres. And Fergie Jenkins and Randy Johnson on top of the list. And then Carlton, Mike Scott, Randy Johnson again. And Madison Bumgarner has put himself on that list.
2-0.
Pretty impressive list to be on.
That's a good list. And Bumgarner hits the outside corner. That's pitch number 112.
Yeah, anybody gets on base against him, he'll be out of the game. But you know, he wants to finish this inning.
Three balls and 1 strike. The pitch, and it's high, so Myers is going to hit. The question is who's he going to face, and it's not going to be Bumgarner. So Bumgarner will depart. He'll depart with 2 outs in the 7th inning. And he'll receive, as you would expect, a great ovation as he leaves. And it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change tune-up and smog experts. We'll be back. It'll be these two teams going at it again. It'll be the Giants and the Padres. It'll be pregame live at 6:30, and the first pitch will be right around the top of the hour. And you can check it out right here on CSN Bay Area. We'll be here. Corey Guerin is the new pitcher.
Yeah, what do you say we take a look at his numbers? 9th time he has come in. And for Guerin, lots of sink, lots of movement on the fastball. Hard slider and a changeup.
And the first pitch is low. So Bumgarner will watch, standing next to Jeff Samardzija. And the 1-0. Swinging a bouncing ball to Panic. Panic gets it, and that'll end the inning. Nice job. For the Giants, it'll be Duffy, Posey, and Pence coming up. 4-2 lead for the Giants as we head to the bottom. It's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change tune-up and smog expert.
So Carlos Villanueva with a new pitcher now for the Padres, and you take a look at his numbers: 10 strikeouts in 10 innings, no walks, and he's kind of got a high 80s fastball. He's got a curveball, slider, changeup. He's a control guy. Not going to really blow you away with stuff, but he will throw anything at any time. And he's definitely can strike you out, averaging 1 per inning.
So here's Duffy. Duffy's 1 for 2. And a little flinch by Milwaukee. He calls it a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Not that time.
Not that time. Villanueva's been around a while. I mean, he's in his 10th year at the big league level. Originally came up with the Brewers, then he went to Toronto, then the Cubs. Last year with the Cardinals, and now he's found a home in San Diego.
Big curveball, and Duffy waited on it, but he missed it. It's 1-2. So Duffy have to battle. Buster Posey on deck. Down low. And the 2-2 to Duffy. Taps it foul. He stays alive.
Yeah, he fought off some fuzz there. That's a good breaking ball. Good location. Again, the Padres completely give the left field line to Matt Duffy and bunch the right center. And really playing him to go hit the other way.
Here's the 2-2 offering. High and foul and out of play.
Not big shifts involved in the Padres infield. They've got Weeks, a second baseman, who's probably 5-6 steps out of straightaway second base positioning, but pretty standard on the left side of the infield, as well as Myers at first base.
Duffy again waits and fouls it out of play.
And they're trying to break and ball him to death.
Yeah, bring your glove. Get a ball, bring your mask.
Or bring your mom.
All I know is if Duffy takes outside, if somebody needs to catch a bullpen, this kid's ready.
Yeah, I mean, don't leave
ready.
home without your mask.
He's ready. What do you think he went as in Halloween? What do you think he went as?
Oh, he was a catcher.
Absolutely.
He was a giant Buster Posey.
Got him. As Duffy finally chased one that was out of the strike zone. 1 out. And here's Posey. He got the mask on. He got the. All right. See, Mom, I told you it would work.
I don't know who's more excited, him or Mom. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good mom.
That's a good look, too. Here's Buster Posey. He's 1 for 3. Just outside to Buster Posey, who singled in the 5th. He's not getting that pitch. He wants it. It's 2-0.
Yeah, he's shaving that outside corner. Villanueva's not giving up a walk this year. And now they bring all the infielders over the left side of the infield, excluding Myers, the first baseman.
3-0.
2-0 changeup. There you see the left field stacking up. I just think that's so inviting for Posey, who's got excellent back control to the right side of the field.
And it looked like Buster Posey was going to take all the way. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. There's Pence. And the 3-1 to Buster Posey is a strike. 3-2.
Well, Buster's not buying either one of those. He thinks they're both low. Two-seam fastball. Pitcher strike.
So 3-2 to Buster Posey. Weeks goes back to the right side of second base. And Buster, it's a high drive to left. It is out of here. And now Buster Posey probably happy that those pitches were called strikes.
Thank you, Bill Wilkie, plate umpire. And it was a 3-2 curveball that Villanueva left a little bit up. He hangs it middle in, about mid-thigh. Boom. And this is perfect balance through a swing. And one more look for the splash cam at the majestic fly ball right out of here. Right over the chevron sign.
Here's Pence, and Pence takes a strike. Home run number 3 for Buster Posey. Over the cars. One ball and 1 strike. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Pence hit a home run in the 4th inning. How about a catcher? He can't celebrate for too long, can he?
No. Strap your gear on. Let's go.
You think that little guy is going to figure that out over the years?
Well, catching position looks like it's so much fun when you're a little guy.
Pence up and in. It's 2-2. Yeah, I'm sure that that there are days when even Buster Posey goes, "This is a lot of fun."
Well, and the reality of the position is definitely going to wear you down.
Pence taps this one out in front of home plate. Norris barehands it and throws him out. 2 outs.
But it is a rewarding position. There's no doubt about it. You're going to pay a price because physically you get beat up. There's no doubt about it. But you do have a big hand in every game. And that's the part of the position that Buster Posey lives for.
All right, I'm calling for a bunt here.
Okay, it's there.
I've made home run calls. Rarely do I call for the bunt. On the next pitch, it's no balls and 1 strike. Oh my goodness. Strickland now coming out of the Giants dugout. Maybe on the next pitch.
Well, ever since he had that bunt where he pinched his finger and got hit with the ball. And
I know, but still, I had a feeling.
Well, they're giving it to him.
I mean, I don't know. You try to predict a home run, you call dialing long distance. I don't know what you call it when you It's a ball and 2 strikes to Belt. Two and two.
Good take there. Well, if you're down a long distance and a guy hits a home run, yeah. So if you're calling a bunt, what would you say?
I don't know.
Calling text message.
Yeah. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 3 and 2. I'll tell you what, Belt's got a good eye. He's walked twice in this game and he scored both times.
0-2 count to a 3-2 count.
And the walk. He may take more walks after an 0-2 than anybody on the team.
Yeah, but they got a bunch of guys that'll do it. I mean, Pagan, Span, Panic, Crawford, Posey. I mean, they'll all work you that way. But I agree with you. I think he may have more than anybody.
There's Gregor Blanco coming up the steps. Brandon Crawford is 0 for 3. Swing, you're gonna miss. Right out of bed, a changeup.
Good changeup.
And Crawford lines one to right, and he's got a hit. Belt will stop at second. So Crawford a 2-out hit. And Gregor Blanco gets the hit. So here's Blanco. Oh, Darren Balsley's coming out.
This guy sits fastball early in the count, so you want to go soft early and then hard stuff late. That's how we're going to go after him. Or something like that.
Something like that. Gregor Blanco hitting .320. 8 for 25. One ball and no strikes.
Soft stuff early. There's a happy boy.
He's got a ball. Down low. Marlins beat the Dodgers tonight.
Well, that's good news.
Marlins beat the Giants yesterday. Go into LA. Two and 0. Three and 0.
Blanco has been hot. And when he's hot, like most hot hitters, he's staying in the strike zone, getting good pitches to hit. And he's putting a good eyeball on this at bat.
And a strike. So it's 3-1. There's your final. 3-2. Well, if this is a good pitch, I don't believe Gregor Blanco is going to take it. Hit well into center field. Jay on the move, and now he's got room, and that's going to end the inning. Giants pick up a run on the Posey home run, his third of the year. He gets a breaky ball, and it's bye-bye baby. 5-2 Giants as we head to the eighth. Five-2 Giants, eighth inning, new pitcher. When it's time for a change, think speedy. Oil change and auto service. Your oil change tune-up and smog experts. Who you got?
Hunter Strickland, 10 strikeouts in 8 innings, 3.380 ERA through 9 games. Mid to high 90s with the fastball, hard slider, and a split.
Kemp is 1 for 3. He doubled in the 6th off of Bumgarner. One ball and one strike. Melvin Upton Jr. on deck, and then Derek Norris. This is the beef in the line. 3, 4, and 5. And that's a rocket to right and a base hit. Kicks right to Pence. He wheels and throws. And Crawford was going to try to put on a miracle tag, and he just came up a little short. All right, let's check in with Amy G. Amy?
All right, gentlemen, before his start yesterday, Trevor Brown was in deep conversation with Buster Posey in the clubhouse, and I talked to Trevor today about Buster's role and Trevor's success so far behind the dish, and he said, you know, he can learn so much watching Buster behind the plate while Buster's catching, but it's so much more valuable when he's able to talk to him before he starts and get Buster's take on the opposing lineup. He said that last season he was a little bit intimidated. This season it's a lot easier. Buster, a good player and a very good teammate.
Yes, indeed. Here's Upton. This is out of play. I don't think you'd expect anything less if you know Buster Posey.
Well, for a young catcher coming up, there's so much that you have to be in control of. And when you have a veteran who's willing to sort of ease you into the comfort zone of that position, I mean, it really helps. And Buster Posey will do that. Absolutely. He always has.
0-2.
Good hard slider there.
But there's a lot going on down there. I mean, not a lot of time to think about your at-bats. Just put it that way. Thinking about defense, thinking about your pitching, your staff, working an umpire. Controlling the rhythm of a pitcher, controlling the rhythm of a game. Those are all little nuances that, you know, a lot of young catchers, they don't even know they exist till they get up here. And they have to see them through an experienced veteran catcher's eyes. And a coach, of course.
And a base hit to right field. Upton got a pretty good pitch to hit. It's runners at the corners now with nobody out.
Nice inside out approach right there from Upton, and just like that, the Padres are going to get a time run at the plate. So Dave Righetti going to come out, talk things over a bit with Hunter Strickland. Meanwhile, Josh Osich is heading down to the bullpen for his second hump of the night. And Derek Law going to join him.
Milwaukee will break it up. So here's Derek Norris. Now Norris represents the tying run. Norris doubled in the 6th off of Bumgarner. In the dirt. Nice block by Buster Posey.
Giants would love to get 2 outs. They'd give up a run to do it.
And a strike. So a nice pitch by Strickland as he gets back into the strike zone.
Well, and as hard as Strickland throws, I mean, Derek Norris is looking for something he can drive. He's not looking for a 1-0 nasty slider.
One and two.
95 with cut. And gets Norris to chase.
One and two. Got him.
So DJ Rayburn over at first base. This is what he saw. Did he go? Oh, shit. Absolutely he went. Boom! Grab some pie and meat. It almost looked like he enjoyed that.
Here's Ramirez. Well, DJ's looking in the dugout like somebody's barking at him. Wouldn't shock me.
Well, yeah, I'm sure somebody's barking.
Here's Ramirez, who's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. But he also hit a long ball off of Bumgarner, foul.
Oh, he's got plenty of power.
Runner goes. Posey's throw is late. That'll be a stolen base for Upton, is 6th. Harris is going to at least check in with this.
All right, Joe Panik thought he had a shot at him. And if he hits him in the right arm there, then they have him. Watch the tag. If he makes contact, and he just catches him on the elbow there, then it's a matter of did he get the elbow before the foot got the bag.
This replay review is presented by Xfinity.
So, replay review. Milwaukee, Pucci, plate umpire, and PJ Rayburn, or Clint Fagan, I beg your pardon. If he touches him on that left arm, I mean, I think it's just a matter, can you prove the contact? And remember, the laces are not part of the glove. I mean, if you brush a guy with your lace, that's not good enough. But he definitely touched him, I think, before the foot hit the bag.
Well, you look for maybe the shirt to move a little bit. We're watching the shirt to see if we get any movement. I'm not sure there's enough there.
Well, he definitely, if indeed he made contact, it was before the foot hit the base.
I agree.
Just a matter of whether or not you can be sure that the contact was made.
Well, Panik felt like he tagged him. And I'm not sure that they're going to go to Joe Panik and ask him. They haven't done that yet. I think that's next on replay, lie detector test.
And I mean, that's exactly what Bruce Bochy was going on. I mean, the reaction from Joe Panik. So they're looking at it, slowing it down, stop it, rewind it, stop it again, rewind it. Right there.
I saw the shirt move.
Well, then there you go. If that's the case, he's out.
Just call him out. But it is obviously well worth a look, even though the longer this takes, the less chance it's going to be overturned. That's my take on this.
Yeah, but it just depends on the crew. The crew we saw over the weekend, no chance they were going to overrule this. This crew says not enough.
Three minutes and 2 seconds. One out. 1-0 count to Alexi Ramirez. Here in the 8th inning with runners at second and third. Look out in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes. Strickland rubs up a new baseball.
Rosales on deck.
Nope.
Not close.
3-0.
And you're talking about a guy who loves to swing the bat.
And you're talking about a guy that when he got called up, the strength of Hunter Strickland was his ability to throw strikes. So he needs to throw one here.
You know, and Ramirez, I mean, he does not look like a power guy.
But be careful.
But he's got 73 lifetime homers.
There's a strike.
And that was a gift.
Kemp at third, Upton at second. Pence will give chase, but this is going to drift out of play. For you Warrior fans who would like that Clipper-Portland series to go on for a while, it might. Portland beat the Clippers tonight. And that series is tied at 2. Three balls and 2 strikes. Into center field and a base hit. It's going to knock in 1. Stopping at third is Upton. It's 5-3.
Pretty nice at bat there for Ramirez. But he got count leverage, and Hunter Strickland had to come to him. So a little 3-2 slider. Take some swing out, go back up the middle the way you're taught, and that's perfect execution.
So Bruce Bochy's coming out. And it's going to be Derek Law. So we got a new pitcher. It's 5-3. 1 out here in the 8th inning. Baseball, you're going to get Esurance Giants post-game live. You're going to get highlights, reaction, analysis. It's all coming up right after the game. Batting for Rosales is going to be Wallace.
The numbers for Derek Law, 5th time he's come in. He's been fantastic. 6 strikeouts in 3 2/3. 5 base runners. You'll see a mid-90s fastball, 93 to 96, with a, well, he calls it a slider. It's more of a curveball, and then he has an actual curveball that he'll throw, and then a changeup. High 3/4, almost over the top.
So here's Wallace, lots of power, takes a big swing, and he takes a pitch high. 1 ball and no strikes.
Got to pay close attention to Ramirez at first base.
Yes, you do.
Law gets rid of the ball quickly, though. He's not easy to steal on.
And a base hit into center field. Ramirez is going to go to third. It's now 5-4. So Wallace with a pinch hit single, and the tying runs at third base. Pitch got up. And Wallace didn't miss it.
He had a 1 for 19 coming into this at bat. And there's a breaking ball that's up. He's thrown in a get it in situation. He is up there looking for something soft. Got it. Put a good swing on it. Now it's a 1-run game.
Jankowski's going to pinch run, and Bruce Bochy's coming out. So Osich is coming in. It's 5-4 Giants.
Giants postgame live right here on CSN Bay Area. Dave Feldman, Ahmed Fareed. We'll take you to the Giants clubhouse for reaction, and you'll get the latest update on Steph Curry and his injury. Also, an in-depth look at Jared Goff's local roots. All that and more, the Hyundai Sportsnet Central. The pitcher now for the Giants will be Josh Osich. 12th time that he has come in. 6 strikeouts against 4 walks in 9 1/3. You're going to see a mid to high 90s fastball, a hard slider, and a changeup.
Well, Weeks is a hard guy to double up, so if you're going to do anything, you make sure you keep that guy, or keep an eye on that guy at third when you get a ground ball. Giants are playing the infield in at the corners. And a bunt attempt by Weeks, and it's 0-1.
Not a squeeze play. Just kind of a safety squeeze.
And Belt right on top of the play. Ramirez runs pretty good at third. Jankowski runs really well at first, but the Giants aren't really worried too much about the runner at first right now. Quick throw, and back easily is Ramirez. One ball and 1 strike. Giants hanging on to this lead by a thread. Not close. 2 balls and 1 strike.
So a change up there. And both the change up and the previous fastball missed pretty much the same spot. There's nobody in that Giants bullpen. It is Josh Osich against the world.
Runner goes. So we're going to foul off the end of the bat. It's 2-2. And Mark Gardner now headed down to the bullpen, so somebody's going to follow him.
Boy, Jankowski had that base stolen by a bunch. So Michael Broadway with the red alert.
So it's 2-2. Now timeout is called as Osich holding it on too long in the eyes of Jamal Weeks. 2 runs in, 4 hits in the inning for the Padres. And a soft toss to first.
Travis Jankowski's got great speed.
Yes, he does.
And he has got good instincts as a base stealer. And you know he's thinking, I'm going. Santiago Casilla heading down.
2-2. Ramirez at third, Jankowski at first.
So a little cat and mouse going on. Each guy trying to control the rhythm of the at-bat. And the drama cranks up another couple notches.
Got him.
And that's the strikeout he was pitching for. 2-seam fastball on the outside corner with movement falling away from Weeks. And he gets him to get after it. And she is digging it. 2-seamer to little tail, just runs away. Beautiful pitch. That's exactly what Posey wanted, and he got it.
Jose Perella is going to pinch hit. And Bruce Bochy's coming out. And he is going to the bullpen. So he's calling on Santiago Casilla with runners at first and third and 2 outs.
Well, he's going to ask Casilla to get the last 4 outs of this ball game.
So we'll be back. Casilla in, 2 outs. It's 5-4 Giants. Santiago Casilla comes in with runners at the corners and 2 outs. And it's Jose Pirela.
And he'll face this man right here, Santiago Casilla. 8th time that he has come into a ball game. 1-0 with a 2.84 ERA. So Casilla, 2 types of fastball, curveball, slider, and a changeup. We'll see low to mid 90s.
Pirela is 1 for 4 on the season. Runner goes, pitches inside, 1 ball and no strikes. So a stolen base for Jankowski, which we're not surprised by that at all with his speed. Now you have to make the play at first. There's a strike on the inside corner. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Great speed on the bases for the Padres. Best arm for the Giants in the outfield is in right field with Pence.
One and two.
Oh, a perfect location with a cutter. So in 2 consecutive pitches, he goes inside corner at 93 with movement running towards Pirela. Then on the 1-1, he goes at the other corner with movement running away at 87.
Got him. Threw him a curveball. Giants are coming up. They're hanging on. They lead 5-4.
Honda, we think Madison Bumgarner is that gentleman tonight. And for Bumgarner, 6 2/3 strong, couple of earned runs, 9 strikeouts against the Padres. And really had nice location with all his pitches. Wouldn't get a lot of corner calls with the fastball or really any pitch, but persevered through it and really kept the Padres in check. And for that effort, we're going to make him our player of the game. Brought to you by Honda.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change tune-up in smog experts. It's Kevin Quackenbush.
11th game that he has come in. He's a workhorse. ERA bloated right now. He had a bad outing that kind of did all the damage to his ERA. Low 90s fastball. He'll cut the ball alive. He's got a big over-the-top curveball and a split.
And here's Pagan, who's 3 for 3. And he takes one wide, 1 ball and no strikes. Weeks is at third. Pirela is at second. Outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Pence may get up this inning. And a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. Span and then Panic. And then Duffy and Posey and a late call strike. It's 2-2.
Pitcher strike there. I haven't seen many wide strikes, especially on that outside corner of lefties, and that was one.
So Pagan waiting on the 2-2 pitch, and he got him.
Kind of walking back to the dugout saying, you know what, I had to swing at that because of what you called that second pitch. And there are times when you do feel that umpire takes that bat out of your hands. But he had no choice. With 2 strikes, he had to expand.
So here's Span, who's 1 for 4. Span to right, Kemp on the move, and Kemp is going to get there and make the catch. 2 outs here in the 8th, and here's Joe Panic.
Just got up the bat a little bit.
Panic is 2 hits and 4 at bats. And he looks at a strike, and it's 0-1. Duffy would hit if Panic reaches here in the 8th. The 1-1, and Panic takes high. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Giants would love to give a little cushion going into that 9th inning.
Absolutely.
As they're going to face the top of the Padres lineup. But if it's going to come, it's going to have to come by way of 2-out thunder.
Get out to right center field. Kemp is on the move, and Kemp can't get it. Panic is going to head to third, and he's got a triple.
That's a 3-hit night for Joe Panic. High fastball, and he just waylays it right over the gap in right center. And really, this is a Padres team that was cheating. And he simply beats the defense. It's a home run into the ballpark. So he sets it up for Matt Duffy here with 2 outs.
Kemp almost got this. Oh yeah.
Loving life, I'm loving life, I'm loving life.
Duffy 1 for 3 with a walk.
She's loving life, man.
She was. I know. I was into it. Pulled on the ground foul. I was upset that Duffy got in the box so fast.
Gamer bands, man.
They sleep with those glasses on.
Yes, they do.
No balls and 1 strike. Up and in. ball and a strike to Matt Duffy.
Good curveball right there. And then if you're a 2-strike count, you got to cover that one. And again, I mean, look at the outfield, how they play, and they give them all this area in left field.
Three and one. I can't imagine that Quackenbush wants to face Buster Posey. Duffy to right, and it's caught by Kemp to end the inning. It looked like it was going to get down, and Kemp at the very end just got his glove underneath it. Or did he?
I don't think that's a catch. Giants are looking at it right now.
So Bruce Bochy's going to go out.
I don't think that's a catch.
I don't either.
One more look. I don't think so. That is not a catch.
This replay review is presented by Xfinity. If I'm Quackenbush and I want this call to stand, I'm going to go with the rest of my teammates.
He can't stand out there. It hits the tip of the glove and goes into the ground, and then he scoops it up off the ground. I don't think this is a catch. And they just replayed that here in the ballpark, and you can hear the reaction from the fans, and they're feeling pretty confident. She's loving life. I'm loving life. And if this thing gets, ruled in the Giants' favor, she's going to be loving life.
Well, Duffy's pretty confident.
Well, like you said, Quackenbush is still out there on the mound. He's twirling.
Yep.
I agree with you. If I'm him, I'm in the clubhouse with an ice bag on my elbow.
Well, he wants to stay ready in case this is overruled. I don't know. The way things are going these days, who knows what's going on?
Yeah, we haven't been right all weekend.
Got him.
Unbelievable.
Well, they can't believe it in the Giants dugout. Bruce Bochy's beside himself. And Bill Welke's watching him very closely. Well, Casillas going to go out. Look, Bill Welke's going, look, what did I do?
Don't blame me. Blame the guys in New York.
Top of the order coming up, 5-4 Giants.
5 of the NBA playoffs between the Warriors and the Rockets is going to happen Wednesday night at 7:30. Hour-long pregame live at 6:30. And it'll be over there at the Oracle Arena in Oakland. A home game for the Warriors. You see right here on CSN Bay Area. The home of the authentic Warriors fan.
So here's John Jay. He's going to lead things off. And a breaking ball misses, 1 ball and no strikes. Jay has only faced Casilla 1 time and he's 1 for 1. Outside, 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, one thing you can't do with a leadoff hitter who can steal a base is walk him. And Casilla knows that he's got to get in that strike zone here. 2-0.
Jay is 1 for 3 with a walk. And it's low, 3-0. And now Bruce Bochy's all over Bill Welke. So Casilla's got to come in. He does. It's 3-1.
And again. Looked like Jay was taking all the way.
Got him.
Oh, a good comeback from 3-0 to a strikeout. And Jay looks at strike 3. And this is not that far away from the 2-0 pitch that was called a ball. I mean, you can see what was in the mind of Jay. He's thinking, I've seen that before. That's low. You know? Big out.
Oh, that's just a very close pitch. Here's Myers. Myers is 1 for 4. And it's outside with a breaking ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Kemp to follow. And a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. There's Kemp. Posey set up low and away. And it's fouled off the backstop. It's 1-2.
He really made some nice location pitches with that little cutter that's shaving that outside corner. I think a lot of hitters, especially if you're in San Diego, where late in the ball game, because of that ballpark, you don't see a lot of pitches middle in. Really, pitchers are going to make you hit the pitch away. If you're going to beat them long, you're going to have to go the opposite field, which is a tough thing to do in Petco Park. But I think because of that, a lot of these guys look away.
2-2.
But Casilla, I mean, he will, even in a 1-1 ball game where middle in mistakes can get hit out of the ballpark, he'll still attack that side of the plate.
Slowly hit. Belt's got to hustle back. He does, and they just got him.
Wow.
Belt started to go for the ball, and then he put on the brakes. If he goes after it, who knows if Casilla can get there.
I don't think Casilla's over there. you see how far he was off the bag, and now he's got to hightail it back to the bag. Panic's got to wait till he squares up before he gets a throw off.
Yeah, he's got a double clutch.
Well, it's not like a timing play in football. You got to make sure that guy's looking at you. And they just do.
So the Padres are going to have him look at this?
I don't even know why. Well, they saw him bring that left heel out the bag as Myers was going by, and I think that's what the Padres are seeing. But
this replay review is presented by Xfinity.
I don't think there's much there to protest. Watch the left foot, stay in contact with the base. Oh, you're out. Of course.
Just stop. Just stop.
All right, not even going to go there.
Just stop.
This should be quick. Boom! If they'd have called him safe right there, Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, who knows?
He'd have lost his mind.
I know he lost his hat, that's for sure. So here's Kemp. Kemp has 2 doubles in this game. And it's low, 1 ball and no strikes. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Kemp trying to tie it up 1-0. Why not?
One of the strengths of Matt Kemp is his ability to hit the ball out of the park the other way. But that's not so much the case in this park. Garcia stays away. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Lifetime, Kemp is 4 for 15 with 1 double and 4 strikeouts. Hit to left and a base hit. So Upton's going to hit with 2 outs. And Upton has got a little bit more ownage on Garcia than Kemp did. And with Upton, you just really can't make a mistake.
There's the numbers you're talking about. 3 for 7 with a home run and a double.
Now if you're playing in the outfield, you have to kind of go with the no doubles defense.
And even though Kemp doesn't have a stolen base this year, you have to watch him.
Look out in the dirt, backhanded by Posey, 1 ball and no strikes.
Nice heck of play right there.
Remember, Garcia got the last out in the 8th. Two balls and no strikes. Belt holding on Kemp. And now Upton calls time. So Casillas got an idea what he wants to do.
Yeah, I think he wants to throw that cutter in the outside corner. Posey called a fastball in. He shook it off and called fastball away. He shook that off and he wanted the slider.
And he gets the strike call. It's 2-1.
That's a backup slider. The old cement mixer. He gets spin, but no movement.
And now Casillas agrees with Posey. And it's popped out of play.
Well, I mean, he shook off. And Matt Kemp got a base hit. And I don't think he's going to shake off anymore. And he's worked it to a 2-2 count, and he is not throwing him a breaking ball. There's been 3 fastballs and a cement mixer cutter that didn't do anything. So everything that Upton has seen has been pretty straight.
Kind of laid it in there. It stays at 2-2.
And that was the curveball, and that had some big league hang time. And for a guy who's got power and quick hands like Upton, you have to think that Casillas just got away with one.
And that's the ball game. So that's career save number 100 for Santiago Casillas, and it was not easy. But the Giants, look, it was a week ago tonight, right? Against the D-backs.
Yep.
Similar type game. That Jake Lamb hit the home run to tie the game, but not so much tonight. A win for Madison Bumgarner, his first since opening day. Doesn't mean he hasn't pitched well in between, but Bumgarner gets the win. He's now 2-2.
Well, a big win, and coming off of a series victory over the Marlins over the weekend. They needed this first one to feel like they could take this series with the Padres, and it was a well-played, hard-fought game.
All right, a long game at that, a 9-inning game, but the Giants don't care. They'll take the win. Final score, Giants 5, Padres 4. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned. Esurance Giants post-game live with interviews and the wrap. That's going to start right now.